and your continued use, somebody was sharing, your continued use of Tableau server, this topic will be a very important topic, okay? Most importantly, to understand the concept behind managed data sources, the value proposition, what type of value do they bring to you as a content creator, and then more broadly to Metro Health in its endeavor to manage information and digital assets. And we're going to talk specifically about how to benefit from them. And most importantly, set some general, I would say, guidelines around managed data sources. What are they? When you create them, what type of things should you consider? We're going to talk about that today. Okay. By the way, friendly reminder, I have multiple screens that I work with. So, wait a minute. Can somebody unmute themselves and let me know whether you can see my screen? I'm seeing a black screen. I am not. Oh, there we go. Okay. Um, so I have multiple screens. So if you want to talk to me, you can feel free to unmute yourself, or you can just send something in the chat. Now, because I have multiple screens, if you send something in the chat and I don't see it, or it seems that I'm ignoring it, please don't hesitate to just unmute yourself and say, hey, Dwight, I got a question. Okay, that's totally fine. Because today I'm going to do some talking, and then we'll do some lab work so I can show you some of the things that I'm discussing and talking about. Okay. All right, let's get started. Number one, managed data sources. Now I've already done a lunch and learn on managed data sources, but today we're going to do what I call a deep dive. We're going to dive into the nuts and bolts of managed data sources, and I'm going to touch on many topics that, um, you know, when you pass Anthony in the virtual hallway and he says, hey, listen, I want to manage data source. What type of things should you have in mind? That's what we're going to talk about today. Hold on, let me turn my Slack off so we won't be interrupted by that sound. There we go. All right. What type of things should be in your mind, right? And usually that conversation comes about because there's a Tableau workbook that Anthony has taken a look at, or someone has taken a look at, or I have taken a look at in a peer review. And because of the type of data that you're using, it looks like a candidate that may be ideal for a managed data source, right? That's how that conversation comes about. So when you have those conversations, what type of thoughts should spring up in your thought process? Okay. On the journey to creating a managed data source. All right, so let's dig in. Number one, managed data sources are intended for enterprise use. The reason that's important is because it's not I know that, once again, most of the time that the conversation around that I am aware of, that the conversation around managed data sources crops up is when there's a review of some workbook for some reason. Okay. And in that, hey, Anthony, in that review, the suggestion is made, hey, listen, you might want to think about making this a managed data source. And that's good. But remember, the context of that conversation coming up was a use of the data source that was specific to a specific workbook, right? So it was not the widest possible use case under the umbrella of where managed data sources was brought up. Okay, so they're intended for enterprise use. As such, because they are independent from any workbook, they're intended for enterprise use, it creates an opportunity for maximum reuse. And that's the benefit of managed data sources. The other thing to note around managed data sources being intended for enterprise use is that Um, because they're intended for enterprise use, you want to make the maximum amount of data available for the person who is intending to use the managed data source. So, and we'll get into this a little bit. You don't want to be restrictive in the amount of data that you access. Okay. All right. And this is what we're going to go through. We're going to go through the guidelines. What should you be thinking about if the conversation of a managed data source comes up? Okay. Number one, because managed data sources are intended to be used by the widest audience, they should have the most up-to-date data available at all times, number one. Number two, because Tableau has a history of, because it's self-service, right? There's a history of mass amounts of data duplication that happen on a Tableau server. And they happen for a variety of reasons, right? This is not a punitive analysis or assessment or observation. It's just factual, right? There's quite a bit of data duplication. It doesn't matter what size environment I go into, small, large, you see this everywhere, okay? And what I'm talking about when I say everywhere is data duplication, right? One department wants this data, so they take fact table A. They only want it for 2 years, but they only want certain dimensions. Group B wants the same fact table. They want it for 3 years, and they want four different dimensions, right? Well, there's a duplication of 2 years of data and at least one dimension in that scenario, that hypothetical scenario I just placed. So data duplication is a challenge. But with managed data sources, what we want to do is try to reduce that data duplication. You can't eliminate it because different areas want to use the same data for different purposes, right? They have different use cases under which they want to use the data and want to build visualizations and make people smarter about the data. But what you can do is significantly reduce it. With that in mind, managed data sources, by and large, should be live connections to the back-end data source. You say live. Well, what if the back-end data source is slow? Well, it's a great point. Remember, managed data source connections are not the ultimate connection that the content creator is going to use. It's the trusted, secure, stable data source that the user uses. And if you hold tight with me, I'll explain why they should be live. I'll get it. Remember, this is a deep dive. We're going to get into the nuts and bolts. So at the onset, when you think managed data source, you should be thinking live data source. And since Metro Health deals primarily with SQL Server and Oracle Server, these should be live connections to those environments. Because they should be live connections, and it's a recommendation, it's the ideal state, it doesn't mean it always is going to be true. And I'll show you some examples and use cases where it doesn't make sense or it's not even appropriate to have a live data source. All right. I'll give you some. That's unless requirements demand it, right? There are some data sources that you can create in Tableau that are not allowed to be live. They have to be extracts, okay? And I'll give you some examples of those. So number one, if you're thinking managed data source, you should be thinking, I need a live connection to whatever the backend data is. That's number one. Number two, go to all stops to avoid custom SQL. I'm sorry. Did anybody see Anthony just jump up and start screaming? I did. Anyway, avoid custom SQL statements. There's a variety of reasons for this, but the number one reason to avoid embedding custom SQL, it's very easy to do, by the way, especially if you're a person that works frequently with SQL, because you're working with, Management Studio and you write a lot of queries. And if you create objects and you manage objects or you manage entities in the enterprise data warehouse, you spend a lot of time with queries. So it's very easy to opt to use custom SQL statements, primarily because you already have them, right? But in Tableau, it has a rather limiting effect on Tableau's ability to optimize the SQL that it then sends to the back-end database. Doesn't matter what database, SQL Server, Oracle, Teradata, doesn't matter. So Ideally, if you're creating and remember, the umbrella that we're talking about is not every use case. We're talking about what should you be thinking if you're on a journey to create a managed data source. You should use table joins. You should use the joins natively built, this capability natively built into Tableau to build a data model with joins, okay? When you're thinking about a managed data source. Now, there are some scenarios where that doesn't make sense. There's a few of them I can think of. And one of, some of these scenarios, but these should be the exception and not the rule when it comes to custom SQL, right? All right, let's move on. I want to make sure I get through this and then show you some examples. Managed data sources should not, I repeat, should not have extract or report filters. They should not have either one. Why? Well, what if I don't want to see all the data? Well, it's a great point. You don't want to see all the data. Remember, managed extracts are designed for enterprise use. That means it's impossible for you to anticipate what the next area, what their requirements are for use of this data source. So with that in mind, when you create a managed data source, make sure all the data is always available. That's a lot of data, Dwight. Well, remember, ideally, we're not bringing data into Tableau with a managed data source. We're only creating the data source itself. That includes the connection, that includes the fields, that includes the metadata, the description, the formulas, calculations that go along with the data source, but we're not transporting any data, ideally. Okay? All right, so no extract filters, no report filters. Number two, or the next item, please consider including a verbose and very detailed definition of the data that's inside. Consider it. And we'll talk about where to put this long description because you don't want to put it in the name, okay? But you should include a detailed description. So when people are considering whether they should use the data source, you're providing them enough information to make a qualified and educated decision about whether this data source is the right data source for their use, for their requirements, for whatever they are trying to create, okay? Okay, managed data sources should follow a standard naming convention, and we have created one at Metro Health, okay? And that naming convention is very simple. A verbose description of the data. That's where the name should start. It should begin with a verbose description. And I have a little example here that I'm going to go through. Parenthetically, or in parentheses, it should include the database name and a dash and then the environment. What do we mean by environment? Well, let's take database name first. Let's take delivery. That's the name of a common database we use in SQL Server. The environment would be dev, test, production, right? Why are we doing this? We're doing this so that because the data source name for someone who wants to use a managed data source inside of Tableau Desktop, when they connect to Tableau Server, they're going to see whatever is in that name. Number one, they get to see what the data includes. Number two, they get to see what database it came from. And then number three, which environment, right? And I'm thinking particularly with people who want to develop content in the test region. Some managed data sources in test will point to test. Some will point to dev. Why? Because the code is not in test, neither is it in production. And some will point to production in the production environment. Okay. And so you want to inform the users what they're connecting to. All right. So here's an example of an actual data source that is a managed data source that is out there in production. It's called the Emergency Department Encounters data source. It's from the delivery database in the production environment, right? So this name is the ideal name. Here's what would not be ideal. And in a healthcare environment, we have a lot of acronyms, do we not? Can I get a whoop whoop about how many acronyms we have? Yeah, we got a ton of acronyms, right? When you're creating a managed data source name, try to avoid the acronyms. They're familiar to you and probably quite a few other people who have some experience with mental health or in the healthcare arena. But for people, outsiders, consultants, new employees, not so much, right? So when you're thinking managed data, so remember, we're creating a data source that's intended to be used by a very wide enterprise audience. And when considering whether to use the data source, we want to provide potential users of our data source with as much information as possible. Okay. All right. So that's the premise behind the naming convention. Calculated fields. Now, with respect to managed data sources, because we're connecting to raw base data, we're not including any filters, there will be times where calculated fields make sense. When you create calculated fields, I strongly consider leveraging, and I went over this in the metadata Lunch and Learn as a reference point. I went over how to include metadata about a calculated field that informs your user what the calculation is. What are the components of this calculation? How are we using it, right? And I talked about how to use that. So consider doing that whenever you have calculated fields that are created within the managed data source. And remember this, with managed data sources, anybody that goes on to use that data source, they can't edit any of the fields that you create in the managed data source, right? So information about calculations is very helpful because they can create their own calculations, but informing them about the calculations that you've included in your managed data source is just phenomenal for them on determining whether it's the appropriate calc to use or not, or calculated field to use or not. Okay. All right. Last one on this slide. When it's time for you to use a managed data source, because remember, managed data sources do not filter data. They have all the data. And they're intended to have all the data because they're intended to be reused by the widest possible audience. However, when you're using a managed data source, I highly recommend, and it's recommended that you, number one, create extracts and leverage extract filters. Okay, so we've got a dichotomy here. We've got the creator of the managed data source over here on my left. That data source is a live data source that points to that connects to some back-end data system. All the data is available. All the dimensions are available. All of the dimensions are available. And I mean, it has 10 years of data in it. Amit, friend of mine, I don't know if anyone of you all know him. He's an awesome guy. Anyway, Amit wants to create a workbook using this data source, but he only needs a rolling 18 months of data. He doesn't need 10 years, he needs 18 months. And he really doesn't need all the fields in the data source either. He only really needs the fact table and 2 dimension tables. So he's not going to bring in all the fields, and he's not going to bring in the total volume of data. It's highly recommended when you use managed data sources that in your Tableau workbook, you create extracts and use extract filters. Friendly reminder, difference between extract filters and report filters is extract filters actually restrict the volume of data available to the Tableau workbook. Report filters only restrict the volume of data that you can work with to create visualizations. So in the scenario where we have 10 years of data, if you use report filters with an extract, you'll be bringing into Tableau, your Tableau workbook, all 10 years of data, but only 18 months would be available when you start creating visualizations. All right. So you want to use extract filters. What's the benefit of using extract filters with a managed data source? Number one, you get the data specific to your use case, right? Right data, right people, right time. Full stop. No more needed to be said with that. Number two, increased performance. The less data volume you have in your Tableau workbook, no matter what type of visualizations you're building, now, no matter how complex they are, the better it's going to perform. It's an easy equation. Less data, better performance. There you go. Number 3, remember, we're trying to reduce data duplication. We can't eliminate it totally because Amit, great guy, wants to create a workbook. He wants to use this managed data source for use case A, area A, but I have another guy in Hakan who he wants to create one and he wants to use it for a totally different department. So there possibly could be some crossover, but it's minimal. Remember, we've got 10 years of data in our managed data source. Amit only needs 18 months. Hakan only needs 24 months. Right? So there's a possibility of an 18-month data duplication, but it's not 20. It's not 10 years, right? Which if duplicated is 20 years worth of data. Okay, all right. Final benefit of creating extracts from managed data sources, tidiness of the Tableau server. All right, so as an enterprise architect, as a solutions architect that works with large companies, every time I go into a Tableau environment, it's usually, let's say, it has a lot of content in it. It's very busy. And it's not a bad thing. It's the net result of a self-service environment where people are, number one, learning the tool itself, and they're getting better at the ideas on how to communicate data efficiently using visualizations, right? It's the evolution. Using managed data sources and then leveraging them for your specific use case is a way to keep the environment tidy. Why? Number one, inside of your workbook, you're using a managed data source that lives on Tableau server, but your data source is actually embedded because you're creating an extract. So it lives inside of your workbook. So on the Tableau server side, we don't see two different data sources when we look at Tableau server. What we see is your workbook, and inside of your workbook, in number of data sources. Okay, so those are the benefits of creating extracts from a managed data source. Okay, let's move on to the next. Continuing our deep dive conversation, what type of things should you be thinking about and what are the benefits of actually creating an extract inside of your workbook from a managed data source? Okay, I'm going to read this because this sentence is relatively important. Creating extracts from managed data sources is the ideal way to achieve optimal use of a managed data source. The key word there being optimal. Remember our scenario, 10 years of data in the managed data source. Amit, great guy, only needs 18 months. That's an optimal use of a data source that has 10 years of data. It would be analogous to you creating a custom SQL statement with a where clause that filters your data to 18 months, right? You're not moving 10 years of data across the network, right? Across the wire from the data center to your desktop. You're not waiting for it. And when you start to refresh your data, you're not also moving that data over and over again, right? So, all right. The approach, what approach? The approach of creating an extract from a managed data source provides data from a secure, number one, trusted, number two, curated, number three, data source specific to your use case, number four, specific to your use case, that performs well, number five. 5 attributes of creating extracts from a managed data source. Let's go through each one of them. In a scenario where you have a managed data source, the managed data source is the one object on the Tableau server that actually connects to the back-end database system. Only one. When you leverage a managed data source, you are not connecting to the back-end data system. Only the managed data source connects to the back-end data system. You are connecting to an object on Tableau server, which means, number one, you're not authenticating to the back-end database system. Number two, assume the EDW changes data centers. That means the IP address is going to change. The server names are going to change. Okay. If we assume that that happens, if Amit and Hakan both have direct connections to the EDW in their workbooks, Once the backend database server is changed and the server names are changed, each one of them individually have to go into their workbook and update their connection so that it doesn't fail next time it refreshes data. Well, with a managed data source, we change the connection in one place because there's only one object that actually connects to the backend data source. That's in a managed data source environment. Okay, so that reality is what makes it secure. Okay, it's secure. You don't have multiple people accessing the backend database system. You have one defined connection, which managed data sources are usually managed by one group. They're not managed by multiple people because they're intended for enterprise use. So they're curated or managed. So they're secure. Okay. Number two, trusted. Managed data sources should only become managed when there's approval from data stewardship owners, departments that want to ultimately end up using this. You have multiple inputs into the structure and accuracy of a managed data source before it becomes a managed data source. That level of scrutiny is what makes it trusted. In addition to that level of scrutiny, the other reason it's trusted is because it's not changing on a whim. When you have a managed data source, people that leverage and use the managed data source, they can't change it, right? It's stable, in other words. Great. I know if you all have worked with SQL Server for any time, you have scenarios where field names change. Your data source breaks because somebody else edited the table. Well, in a managed data source environment, it's possible that that happens, but it's very unlikely. Why? Because there's one area that manages this data source, and because they sat through this deep dive video, they understand if you have a managed data source, it should be slow changing. Why? Because if it's being used by multiple people. So one small change in a managed data source could affect multiple different areas. And armed with that information, the thought process is done up front before creating a managed data source to ensure that we have everything that we need. And if there are times when things have to change, and there are, we give upfront notice, we make everyone aware, and because it's a managed data source and it's a tidy Tableau server, you know exactly which areas, which departments, and which owners are leveraging the data source. Very easy. No custom code is necessary. You can find that information right on the Tableau server. Okay. All right. So it's curated. Number four, use case specific, right? That's the scenario with our 10 years of data and a meet having 18 months. All right. And then ultimately it's performant. Here's the reality with Tableau server. Tableau as a platform is an analytic platform. When you create a Tableau extract, Tableau does quite a bit of work to make sure that that architecture is performant and ideal for data visualizations and, most importantly, interactivity. Okay, so creating an extract is the best way to get there. All right. Okay. Friendly reminder on managed data sources. Let's see, where's my time? I'm only 30 minutes in. I may even give you back extra time today. So here's the infographic on the concept of a managed data source. We've got EDW. EDW has a live connection to a data source, a managed data source that has been published to the Tableau server. That's live. This is extract. EXT stands for extract. Extracts for workbook 1, extracts for workbook 2, extract for workbook 3. Now remember, these extracts, because these are specific use cases for each one of these workbooks, the extracts that they're using are specific to their use case. In addition to the extract being specific to their use case, each one of these workbooks has an entire set of calculated fields, renamed fields, repurposed fields, aliases, and all type of different metadata that are specific to whatever they're developing. The content that they create that's customized does not impact what's inside of our managed data source. It lives inside of each one of these. So these use cases can be very far apart, even though they all leverage a common data source, right? So that's the benefit. That should be clear. We talked about creating empty extracts. The first time I presented the topic of managed data sources, so I won't go through that today. Now I'm going to actually take a look at Tableau Server and we'll look at some extracts. We'll look at some managed extracts. Okay, so you'll see there's here, let's blow this up a little bit so you can see. There's a list of managed extracts here. These are all managed extracts. By the way, the one thing I didn't mention is managed extracts should live in a project on Tableau Server called Managed Data Sources. They should not live in your departmental folder. Unless, there's one exception to the rule, you have sensitive data. That should not, remember, managed extracts are designed for wide enterprise use. But there is a use case where you want a managed data source, but it's not for the entire enterprise indiscriminately, right? It's for 2 departments, everybody in 1 department. So there is a scenario for secured managed data sources. I'm not going to talk about that today. Those cases are discussed individually because of the sensitivity and the nature of the data. Makes sense, right? Okay, so there's a managed data sources project. If you are considering creating a managed data source, it should live in this project, right? This project is accessible to everyone and it has special permissions related to using managed data sources. All right, so I mentioned a scenario. And by the way, according to the type icons, this is an extract, this is an extract, this is an extract, and these 3 are live. I thought you said it should be live. You got a 50-50 split here. What's going on? Well, let me explain. This particular managed data source right here is a data source that points to a back-end Tableau repository that frequently gets wiped out. The data gets cleansed. The data gets removed. And so one scenario, I told you there'd be scenarios. Remember I said live data source or live connections to the backend databases are ideal unless requirements demand something different. Here's a scenario where requirements demand something different. The data in the backend system gets deleted. You want to preserve it, which is the scenario with the Tableau repository and the logs or the statistics from the Tableau environment. Every time you upgrade, every time you clean up, we have a regular job that cleans up the Tableau server on a daily basis. Every time we do that, logs get truncated, deleted. Well, we want to preserve that historical logging data so that we can go back and see how the things perform. So this extract is preserving data, and it must be an extract. It's an incremental extract that pulls from the previous day. And so this is a scenario where a managed data source should be an extract, right? And here's another one. We haven't talked about this one yet, but it's an extract. And so there's requirements around it. You'll notice the naming convention. Now, this one doesn't have the same naming convention because it's a system table that not everybody will have access to. All right, we'll move on from that one. All right, so these 3 are live, and these are the ones that we really want to focus on. And I'm going to use this one as an example of how to create an extract from a live data source. And to give you some information on this one, look at the naming. It's hospital and professional billing transactions from the delivery database in the production environment. That's pretty straightforward, right? Okay. Take a look at this. I want to talk about the connection. You'll notice the data is live, right? There's no extract, and we can see what it's connected to. Okay. All right, let's use this one as our example. So I'm going to open up a new copy of Tableau, and then we're going to connect to that and create. We'll take a look at the data source, see what's available, and then create our use case specific extract, right? And learn about how to do that. We want hospital and professional billing. That's the one. It's live. That's great. Wonderful. Let's go ahead and connect to that. All right. So when we first connect to a managed data source, of course, the icon over here is going to be a Tableau icon. Okay. It's going to be a Tableau icon. Let's see. I'm going to use service date as our, what I want to do is analyze and see how much data we have in here, right? So let's take service date and drop it on rows, and we're going to do, that'll automatically pull in the year of service date, hopefully. Yes, there we go. So let's pull in the year and see how many years of data we have. And you'll notice this screen right here, see, it's processing. And the reason it's processing is because this is a live data source. And it's a pretty large fact table. And it has quite a few dimensions, right? So we'll wait for the query to run. There we go. Okay. So according to my marks information here, we've got 25 years, different years of data here. 25, right? I'm sorry, give me 1 second. Okay, so we've got 25 years of data here. We don't really need 25 years of data, right? In addition, we probably don't need all of these dimension tables. And maybe we do. If we do, great. We have access to them because remember, managed data sources are intended for the widest possible audience. Haha. And because they're intended for the widest possible audience, we want to make sure everything that is possible is available to those who are using it, right? Smorgasbord. Buffet style. Yeah, your managed data source should be buffet style. And then people get to choose a la carte what they want. Okay, so with that in mind, let's go ahead and create our extract. So I'm going to edit the data source. When you connect to a managed data source, you see the data sources that live on the Tableau server. Your data source is highlighted. There we go. You can go from live to extract now. And this is one of the things I really have conversations with. The managed data source itself has a live connection to SQL Server. But when you connect to it inside a Tableau desktop, it also says live. But this live is not the same live from the managed data source that connects to SQL Server. This live is a live connection to a managed data source on Tableau server, right? It's not a live connection to the SQL Server that the managed data source connects to. I hope that's not confusing. If it is, unmute yourself, tell me it's confusing. I'll say it again to even settle the confusion. No, kidding. So there's two types of live versus extract connections in a managed data source world, right? There's one that connects to the backend system, and then there's another live versus extract of the workbook that connects to a managed data source, all right? So these refer to the connection to the managed data source. Live means you're connecting to the managed data source unchanged. Whatever data is available there, that's what data is going to be available in your workbook, right? Extract means you're pulling data, could be a subset, may not be a subset if you don't include any extract filters. You're pulling data from the managed data source into your workbook. I thought the whole premise of managed data sources is to keep the data on Tableau server. It is, but remember, we have another higher order of performance, which is less data, better performance. So while it is good to keep data on Tableau server and not pull it into your local workbook, if you want highly performing workbooks, which all of your workbooks should be, you need to reduce the volume of data. So there we go. Once you choose extract, and remember, here's the filters. We do not want to use these when you're leveraging a managed data source, because this will just limit the data you have access to Tableau, but it'll bring in all 25 years of data into your extract. Okay. All right. So let's click edit. And then let's choose our service date. And since meet By the way, he doesn't know that I was going to use him as my prop during this lunch and learn. So if you see him in the virtual hallway, you might want to say, good job of me. All right. I'm going to use service date, and we're going to use relative dates. Relative dates is what give you the range. I need a rolling 18 months. What I mean by rolling? Well, every time I update my extract, it's only going to pull in the last 18 months. Over time, that 18 months moves across time. It rolls forward, right? Okay. So let's choose months, and let's take the last. I'm going to take 2 months because I don't want to wait for all that data to come back. So you just imagine if I change the 2 to an 18, that gives us a rolling 18 months. Right now, I got a rolling 2 months. All right. Okay, there we go. Oh, by the way, in this lunch and learn, I'm going to introduce you something, introduce a feature to you that most of you may not know about, or maybe you do know about it. There's a feature, the ability in Tableau to, when you create an extract, to do a full kill and fill. What do I mean when I say kill and fill? Our friend Amit is going to bring in 2 months of data from 20 years of data that's available on the managed data source. Every time his extract refreshes, he has the option of dropping everything in his current extract and then pulling in the most recent 2 months, or he can choose incremental. Incremental means that every time he pulls new data, he's only going to pull the latest and greatest data. Now, if you do an extract where you want a rolling 2 months, incremental is not what you want, right? Because if you do incremental, the first time you create the extract, you're going to pull 2 months, but then the next time you're going to pull only the part of 2 months that you didn't pull the previous time, which means that your extract over time is going to grow by a month each time your extract runs, right? And that's not what you wanted. Your requirement said you want a rolling 2 months. So at any given time after your extract completes, you only want 2 months of data. In that scenario, you don't want to use incremental extracts. But I do want to show you how to create the ability for incremental extracts. And in this tip, tell you what the restrictions are for incremental extracts, okay? So when you're creating an extract, there's a little area down here called number of rows. I don't know if you all can see this. It's kind of small. Let me describe it. I'll take a screenshot and then blow it up once I fill out this section. Under number of rows, there's a setting for all rows or top rows, right? You can restrict your extract to the top number of rows if you want to do that. Top 100, top 1,000, whatever. This is helpful to limit the amount of data you're pulling back, especially if you're working on a VPN. You just want to sample some data, right? This allows you to take a data sample, the top, okay? All right, we're not trying to do that. So, but to create extracts, incremental extracts. In other words, I want to only pull back the new data every time my extract updates. So over time, my extract is just getting larger and larger. And yeah. Teenagers. What can you do? Anyway, so to do a live extract, to do an incremental extract, you have to use the extract window, but there's a limitation. There's some things you need in your data source in order to actually create an incremental extract, okay? The first thing you do, you have to turn on incremental refresh. And this is just a small checkbox right up under all rows. The second thing is you select the data source, and then you have to specify what driving field you're going to use to determine what's the new data, right? You need a driving field. You need a date driver for your incremental extract. And this field going forward is going to be the field that Tableau server analyzes with the source data to determine whether there's new data to pull in. Okay, here's the limitation. The field that you choose has to have a data type of date. It cannot be date time. It cannot be, for example, in an EDW, you have date keys that are actually not dates. They're integers. You cannot use a field like that. Well, actually, I think you can. I think Tableau made an update. Yeah, you can use IDs, incremental IDs, unique IDs. If Tableau can ascertain that the field itself is unique in the backend system, then you can use that field. But most of the time, it's just dates that are listed. Okay, so you have to pick a field. Now, in this managed data source, you'll notice I have a bunch of fields that are accessible to me. Usually when you create incremental extracts, if I connect it to SQL Server directly, there'd only be a few of the fields out of all the fields that are available that I can use. But here's the advantage. When you create incremental extracts from a managed data source, Tableau actually allows you to use every field as the incremental driver field. You can use any field you want. All right. Now, I think it goes without saying, you don't want to just use an arbitrary field, right? If you use a dimension field, that means every time you do your incremental extract, no actual data is going to come back because most dimensions are complete in and of themselves, right? All right, if they're a conformed dimension, they have all of the unique members there, which means it's not growing every day, right? The dimension doesn't expand every day. All right, I shouldn't have to say that, but I'm going to say it just for the record since we're in video. All right, so I'm going to choose service date as my incremental date, right? And I'm doing this as an aside. This is not in the context of what we're going to do today because I'm not going to use this. We're going to use our rolling 2 months of data. But this is how you create incremental extracts. And what's the benefit of an incremental extract? Well, number one, you're not pulling 2 months of data. You're only pulling the last 3 weeks or whatever data was added yesterday, right? Every time your extract runs, you're pulling a very small amount of data. Number two, your data source grows over time with incremental daily small amounts of data if your extract refresh schedule is daily. So that's the benefit of incremental. Okay, so we're not going to do that. We're still working with Amit. He wants the last 2 months of data. We're going to create the extract. Now, this is an extract filter. We've got 20. I think I've said this multiple times, but I want to reiterate it because I'm teaching, and repetition is the lifeblood of teaching. We've got an extract filter here for a rolling 2 months of data. So every time Amit's extract runs, he's only going to pull 2 months of data, but it's the most recent 2 months that's available in our managed data source, right? Okay, so let's say okay, and then we'll go back to sheet one. And we're going to look at that same view. Of course, you'll have to store your hyper file somewhere. We're going to look back at that same, drag the same service date to rows and see how many years we got. Remember, we had 25 before. Okay, I don't know how many rows this extract is actually going to, 2 months of data is going to produce. So it may produce a lot of that. Hopefully, we won't be here too long. 2 months is, well, I guess it could be a whole lot of data. Well, let's hope it's not too much. Anyway, so what we're doing now is creating an optimized version of the managed data source with 25 years of data, specific to our use case, and highly performant, secure, trusted, curated, highly performant, and specific to our use case. Okay, that's what we're creating in just pulling in 2 months of data. And evidently, I should have said 2 days because we're already at 100,000 rows. Okay, other than that, that's hilarious, Anthony. Hey, listen, the truth of the matter is I have 3 children. They're all teenagers. One, I was successfully at pushing her out the door. It's my oldest, my darling, my sweetheart. She's in her 2nd year of college. She comes back to visit every now and then, but I let her know, you can consider this a hotel. This is a temporary stay you're having. I got 2 more to go. All right. So I think that's it on how you create an extract from a managed data source. I think we've covered the benefits. I've also covered the what type of thought process when Anthony comes by you virtually and tells you, hey, stop embedding data, take that custom SQL statement out of there, create a managed data source. What should you be thinking about? Right? We went over that. And so I think that's all I wanted to cover today. We've got 9 minutes left, so we got plenty of time. I'm going to cancel this. We don't need to wait on that. Let's see if I can do 2 days. Let's see if 2 days is a good period of time. Let's change that to days. Let's see if that runs. All right. I don't have any other information to share. So if there are any questions, please send them in the chat. Unmute yourself. You can ask me anything that I covered. If you want to question, challenge, feel free. I'm totally open to having the conversation. Anyone? Any questions? All right. Last thing to note, please notice when you have successfully created an extract from a managed data source, your icon will no longer be a Tableau icon. It'll be 2 cylinders. Okay? 2 cylinders. All righty. That's it. We're done. This is the deep dive on managed data sources. And so when you're creating them, keep those things in mind. It will create a tidy Tableau server and have some consistency with managed data sources. I don't have anything else to share. Thank you all very much for your time. As you know, I appreciate the time that you share. I know all of you are all busy, and so never take that for granted. The recording will be on the Community of Practice website, and I'll publish the workbook. So you'll have a friendly reminder of this once I am long gone, okay? Thanks, everyone. Bye.